Welcome to the best lands in the world of Kaataria, where heroes try their best against the forces of evil, ranging from people to demons. Will they succeed, or will chance knock them down? Well, we will have to see as you all join in watching with the dragons to see if heroes are victorious or evil takes Kaataria. Welcome to the world of Kaataria. Hey everyone, Dragon Cowboy here, coming to you live from the Dragon's Den for Nerd Night in the world of Kaataria. Announcements. I am planning on November 30th. It's D&D session starting up for St. Jude. It is part of the TBC tribe family to do. Whoever wishes to do it, I am not forcing anyone of them to do it, as this is definitely one personal to me in a lot of ways. But anyone that is want to be a part of it can definitely be. I do plan on some special D&Ds during the month of December. One being an dungeon escape, sort of like room escapes, but it's going to be D&D characters of theirs from World of Kaataria trying to escape out of the dungeons. And there could be some fighting, but it's more puzzle solving than anything. Witcher is a definite maybe. I don't know if. Let's put it this way. Hopefully I can. If not, I have another idea. We also have First Age to do. We might do a First Age episode. Even if we don't have certain people. So, with that, we're going to go ahead and let our other streamers talk about their channels quick, as I am running late tonight. So, Link, you can go ahead and start us off.
Hi, I'm Aline Re10 here and on Twitch, Granther Aline on YouTube. Due to having net issues, I've not been able to get back into streaming like I had been planning for this month. But when I am able to, I'm going to be doing Caretaker, where you're like a detective journalist trying to find out what happened at kind of like an asylum due to a coworker uh, supposedly losing his mind and killing people and then himself. But there's still things going around this area that you're supposed to be trying to find. But I also plan on getting back into Control, where you have a living weapon and a lot of strange things going on in the buildings. Primal, where you have Scree helping you, who's a gargoyle, and then other games. But until then, you have all these other amazing streamers you can watch, like Woofy here. Go ahead.
Hey everybody, sorry for not streaming today. My mom's clinic needed help and I volunteered there, so I went in and helped them for a bit, which is a nice change of pace for me. I'm right now not sure if the 30th I'm going to be here or not, because dates are changing on me left and right. I'm getting sick and tired of it. So I'll know at least by Thanksgiving if I'm here for the 30th, but the 4th, is it the 4th?
Yes, it's December 4th.
But the 4th, I am not going to be here. I am planning on streaming some more art on Wednesday, and I am going to be doing a co-op game on Friday as well. Just before I leave. If I'm home on Thursday, I might stream the rest of Life is Strange. I'm not sure yet, but yeah, come and hang out. Pretty much.
All right, go ahead and go, Beacon.
All right. Well, Dragon and I had a freaking blast today in VR just last night and today. Today being my actual stream, because you wouldn't ever catch me 5 a.m. streaming. Oh hell no. So we did some good old beer pong, and Dragon is flex in dab. He is champion at that. I want him to fight my buddy Q Star at it. It actually has VR. And then who knows, maybe Dragon might get a VR headset one of these days. We'll see. It'd be kind of interesting. Obviously, we all have a lot of expenses, yada yada yada. So who knows? I know it's one of my goals, and it's actually one I put lower on my list. I just kind of pushed it a bit, though, because of the Twitch team that I'm on that prioritizes in VR meetups. So it's kind of hard to prioritize in general. So I've always had that problem. And there's PS5s. Don't get me started on that. But I'm really trying to push it away with Demon Souls. Stop it! I hear you over there mocking me. Anyways, so I showed some Dark Souls 2 and 3 stuff with like Majula, and Dark Eater Madeir's room. I think I showed Sir Alone's room. If I didn't, well, I did it after stream. There's this one really cool place. That is where I did the beer pong. You can also actually have like this Netflix like thing. Have all these different movies and TV shows and stuff that is preloaded and you can watch. It's fantastic. Play Never Have I Ever, which I always play the Safe for Work version. Connect 4, which I'm totally good at. No, I'm not. So yeah, it was a lot of fun. And I showed this place that kind of reminded me of this like moonlight area of Ron the Vacuous Spider from Bloodborne. So that was a lot of fun showing that, and the cabin's really all cozy and stuff. There is an option that we don't talk about because it is not December yet. So yeah, we got Thanksgiving and Halloween and everything else just makes it look amazingly atmospherical. The lakes are beautiful, the fish great. And then let's see, yeah, that's, I think that's all we did. And then tomorrow we'll be doing some more Darkwood. We'll see how many people I murder. I'm hoping that like I could have an easier time, and it could be like, okay, you just need to do this, but I doubt it. So, hope to God that I don't get obliterated 1,000 times with spirits and primitives and wild giant dogs and all that, but I'll miss you otherwise. Friday, we'll see what happens. I know all else fails. I'm doing Noida with Twitch integration. I'm being careful while I say that because I don't want to drown in seas of lava. So yeah, ow. Monday is the Lucky 27 stream. That'll be, of course, our last day for the Trans Lifeline. I have been trying to help with that cause. Thank you, Dragon, for donating $1 today. Every dollar counts, everybody. It shows that he cares, shows that he wants to invest in this cause, and he shows that he wants to stand next to me and help individuals who want to be more like themselves. And honestly, it's a way of, being more just happy in general. I mean, I was thinking of something advanced to say, but literally, it's so easy to be depressed with COVID and whatever. Life is hard, but if you can be more like yourself, things can just it can flourish. And we don't get to choose who we are in life, and that's why science at least has done some leaps and bounds compared to like 100 years ago. And with what was I gonna say? Yeah, it's just very expensive with just anything in general when it comes to medications and surgeries and such. So hopefully, we can help somebody be able to get their surgery and become who they want to be. And just remember, every dollar counts, just like every point of healing and damage in D&D. And it will end, of course, on the 30th. Before I start talking too much in a circle, I'm bad at that, but yeah, I just kind of want to make sure that I say what I gotta say. But it'll also be my lucky 27th birthday, and we'll see how that goes. And I'll just be doing VR chat because I just love doing it. You know, it's fun to hang out with Dragon and Q Star and Elusive Adams later on. I've hung out with Pinberg. Aline wants to do it. I've hung out with Wolfie. You know, it's just a lot of things that you can go and see, games that you can play on there. So the possibilities are endless, so to say. And then December 2nd and December 3rd, we'll be doing 2 of the 10 redeemable streams that we had because we got to $1,537 in the American Cancer Society. And yeah, I'm going to be trying to have a backup microphone because right now this one works okay. Thank goodness. I apologize for that misfit last night, but we fixed it. And then, of course, getting a webcam and the proper utensils for the other stuff. But for now, doing the inverted challenge doesn't need a face cam, so we'll do it. And then playing I Want to Be the Boshi doesn't need a face cam, so we'll do it. So it'll be inverted on December 2nd. December 3rd will be I Want to Be the Boshi, which is like I Want to Be the Guy. It's a very hard game. It's 2D, and my friend Tin Lumari plays it. And he definitely had a tough time with it, so we'll see if you guys like it. If you guys have any other ideas, I have 4 other spots that I'm thinking of for ideas. I could definitely use them, even if it's just a co-stream with somebody, because I know that Darius the Snow reached out to me and he's like, hey, let's do something. I want to have fun with you, BCon, and, you know, celebrate the fact that you guys did so well with that fundraiser. So, just like with Tin, he wants to do that once they buy La Moana. So, which is kind of like a Indiana Jones Dark Souls. So, we'll see what happens. But I've been taking a lot of your guys' time. Just a lot of stuff to consider. And I will get the link for Trans Lifeline here soon. Until then, you can see the blooming 50 follower, just like Aline and Wolfie in chat. Pinberg67, Roguelike King. Take it away.
Fuzzy?
Fuzzy?
Dang, I got all that hype. And
He has AFK.
Okay, well,
He is not back from the boys' room yet.
So, yeah. Well, Pinberg67, as he is on Twitch, he does a lot of roguelike type games. He's also awesome at Tetris and such. I know right now he's trying to figure out which games works, which ones doesn't for him to stream. As I think his graphics card it depends on the game. Hopefully we can, when he'll stream again, I would just follow him and such, and hopefully turn on notifications so you know when he goes live and stream.
If I remember correctly, he says he's going to either try for Wednesday, Thursday, Saturday, or Sunday for streaming.
correct.
Okay. Well, you already know some days. Definitely keep an eye out for that and such. So, with that, that's most of the announcements. And with that, let's get into tonight's World of Kaataria.
The last time we were with the heroes of legend, as they have been known, no, a lot of them are legend. They had raided this pirate keep that was taken over by Darakar's demons to get an object that they didn't want him to have, per se, a holy basin of such. As it was, they did get in. Savanka and Helen actually being the silent killers of the group. Grom taking care of distraction work and actually killing a bunch off on the outside as others infiltrated through the underground with Lavender. As such, they almost lost Jasper. If it was another 6 seconds, it would have been too late. But they were able to save Jasper from that. So, after that, they kind of spent the night there. Divvied out a bunch of the loot that they had actually got from in there. Loot that's definitely going to be needed in the upcoming battle. And anything else they have left over, I'm sure will get passed to where it goes to others that can use it in the army. And as such, the SS Sapphire is the one actually taking the basin back, as the group is going back overland, making it look like they're the ones. They actually have an illusion set up by Helen with Snow down there, just to even help with the sale of this.
And that's where we will pick up, as you have already rode a day on the constructs back, and it took you about 6 or 7 days. So, any sort of RP or anything you wish to do, anyone here? Or what are you doing right now?
Are we on the move?
Yes, you are on the move.
Oh, that's right. I was playing cards with
Tejeda.
Tejeda.
Mm-hmm.
I was
And
laughing hysterically over.
I'm afraid that we are going to be, our dialogue would probably be incredibly boring, as it's probably going to be something like, "Do you have?" So take it away, literally anybody else.
Well, I'll take the opportunity and look at Jasper, and I'd be like, slowly feeling better, but I'm not the one that was hurt by those spells and stuff. I mean, I'll put my pride aside and it's like, whoopee, counters happen, but I'm more worried about your safety. Do you have any ideas where I could go to be more useful to you? Because she's not gonna duel you, obviously, and I just want her to go away if she's not gonna honor the wizard code and such.
I'm like this, the next time we see her, we drop everything as powerful as possible on her head.
I just wish mine wasn't meteors. I mean, it's powerful, but they're big. That's the problem. You know, I can't just point at someone and poof. You know, so I mean, I have fireballs, and you know, I'm more attuned to the whole trap fireball thing, but I just wonder the direction I should go, and wondering how far Sylvan could possibly help me with this, too. You know, if there's nothing that you could think of, because I mean, you're not a certified teacher. You're just, you know, you're just like me, but better.
I'm like this at the moment. I mean, you've already been staying probably under one of the best people possible, being Sylvan Zaviv. I mean, if anyone might know something, maybe her.
Okay. I definitely feel better talking about it. I just didn't know how, you know, keen you'd feel about playing with any kind of magic with me and such, because obviously it's kind of dangerous. And it's definitely not like language learning, like your dearest sister taught me some Dwarvish and all that. In fact, you could say I'm fluent in it, so it's good. So that's why I've had even more motivation to get to know you better than everybody else is because of her. I mean, I know you have your problems with her, but I honestly appreciate both of you, so.
Yeah, Amy can be a pain. I hate when I have to owe her on anything.
I think I'm recalling some things myself of the adventure we've had so far.
So, with that kind of RP, G7 probably over there on the one that Amethyst and Tahedo's on is just kind of sitting, probably thinking. He's not been talking as much. I mean, considering his age, at times he's probably been like this. As I say, you're going to keep traveling like this for the next few days. So, with that, Amethyst,
Yes.
I need D100 rolled.
How do you do that again? Do I put that in the chat?
I just need a D100 rolled. You can do that over there by with your toolbar to the side on the dice one, and you can go down to D100.
Oh, there it is. Brilliant.
The
Okay.
bad rolls out now.
That's right.
Okay. So, over the night, as you're writing the constructs, no problem.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah. And in fact, morning comes, and your face is itching,
Oh
Amethyst.
God. Oh. Amethyst immediately grabs the mirror. Do I have to roll again to see how it looks?
No. I mean, a mirror, yeah. You definitely have a beard. In fact, you even have more whiskers than a normal female dwarf would have. You actually have a full beard.
Okay, I was like, that was my biggest worry, is that it's just going to be some like straggly, like just pop a few amateur, you know, how a kid's first beard coming in is going to look. So she's like, finally, Amethyst is well pleased. She is quite chuffed. She also waits for anyone to say anything. Like, does anyone notice anything different about me?
Well, are we all able to see her?
Yeah. Yeah, you would be able to see her at any point easily. Because you are kind of going back and forth between these constructs at points.
It's even possible we'll probably be assembling for breakfast.
Yeah, probably so. That you assemble for some breakfast, that sort of thing. So,
Rom would kind of just raise an eyebrow a little bit. before giving a small chuckle and says, "Well, I see you got some of your hair done."
How do I look? Do you like it? Should I braid it? Oh, I'm so excited.
See, you just have a small chocolate. See, small doesn't do well for me. I have to have a couple of chocolates. So here you just see me eat some, because I'm just a chocoholic, being Bastille, and I'm just smiling at you. I'm just like, yes, for a more hairy woman, I think that braiding it will definitely help and all of that. I wouldn't know as much because I'm more scaly, but have fun with your beard.
I think having it braided would suit you quite well.
Well, I will tell you, it might make things a little bit easier.
Probably.
As she picks a hair from between her teeth. I have my own dental floss already.
Food storage.
Oh my god.
Jasper's letting out a hefty dwarven laugh. Yeah. Oh, I think you're the first female that's going to have that kind of beard.
Yes, for once I can beat you in something.
Oh,
Really? As he turns back and looks at you, and he's already had a beard. Let's just see if you can beat it in length. His beard, he does have it kind of loose braided down part way, and it's down almost past his stomach. It's almost to his waist for his beard.
I'm assuming at the moment it's just, it might be voluminous, but probably down to the collarbone at best.
At best for you at the moment. Now, depending on how you roll, I mean, keep rolling like you do, it's definitely going to be filling out. All right. So, all right, there is. I will make note of that. All right. So, definitely the challenge is on for Amethyst to beat Jasper's bear length.
Sibling rivalry, you know.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, Sablanka just nods like, okay.
I'm just having my tea next to Zablanka.
Yep.
Not really caring. Just like,
I mean, Sablanka understands the Dwarvish culture. It's just not her thing, you know. But she knows this is a prideful thing and not going to do anything about that. And G7 is like,
This marks your first day with beard. Isn't that some sort of tradition?
It is, you know, and it's been long enough in coming.
And what is this tradition?
Just to help you out here.
Now I have to make up a tradition. Thanks.
Actually, for most dwarven, when the beard first comes in for male or female, it's usually a day of ale drinking and such, and talking about what all happened before you got your beard.
So let's just say a coming of age.
Mm-hmm.
Like a sweet 16 or a quinceanera. A beard senora. Well, this marks the first day of proper adulthood among dwarfs. And a day like that always calls for a party. Probably on the back of a giant construct is not the best. We'll have to put together a little shindig when we get back into Cara.
Sounds like a plan.
G7 nods, though. He kind of goes back to doing his own thing at the moment. Jasper's like, that's true. At least I'm looking forward to that part of all this.
At this point, Amethyst is lost in her own world because she's immediately her mind immediately goes to event planning.
Mm-hmm. So, you keep going like this for this day. Of course, you can make any perception rolls. If any of you wants to do any sort of thing like that, you are more than welcome to. Though, the constructs will do a warning at some point unless it's being blocked or something.
Okay. Rolled at the same time as Bastille, so Bastille's roll was on the screen.
Yours isn't.
But mine was a 1.
Well, the score shows up in the chat.
In the roll 20, yeah.
Yeah, that I know, but
yeah. So yeah, you're not really noticing anything in particular, but still, other than you would have your goggles where they work at times. They kind of do their thing, and you start noticing that like there's been traces of demon in this area, but yet no demon. You don't see any or anything. Grom, make a deck save.
okay. At least it's not a 1.
Yeah, so obviously not paying attention, you almost trip over one of the plates that's on the shoulder of the construct, but you are able to keep from falling and hitting your face planting on there. But nothing for this day and such. So, of course, night comes. You eat, drink, get rest whenever. I mean, some people still taking a watch, though not fully needed.
As usual, Amethyst goes down to the cart and rides with Lavender.
Mm-hmm. Morning comes, you get back up, but before you do that, I need another percentile roll. D100.
Looking forward to it right now. It's just like, hey, let's wait for the next day. Wait for the next day.
All right, now there's a score.
Oh yeah, but beer don't grow much, does it?
Boo.
Hey, it's a percentile. I have to go with the way it works. So in other words, if you want to be failing, you want to be rolling below 50.
Oh.
You've learned the ways.
So, yeah, not much on that front. Of course, Lavender has been getting out of the wagon to do her burrowing, and she doesn't just like riding. So, with that, Amethyst, will you roll a perception check?
That might be it's decent anyway. I've got a +1, I think. No?
I think you do.
Or am I a straight roll?
I think you're actually up to a +1 now.
Yeah, I've got a +1.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's good. That's good. You
What
will
do I
hear.
perceive?
Actually, this is Lavender. I mean, you're up on top of the construct, and Lavender kind of comes out, kind of hits the ground, is kind of running, and just says one thing. And she just starts burrowing into a certain direction.
Did she just say treats?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I heard E like a spirit box behind me.
Yeah, you're the
Not
only one that can speak. Yeah, you're the only one that understands her. No one else does.
Amethyst calls out, "Halt! Halt! Halt!" And asks Electrum to lower her to the ground. And she says, "Amethyst has found something, and I don't think, and given her tastes, I don't think it's friendly." Amethyst, once on the ground, Amethyst readies her sword.
Okay.
Of course, it might just be some underground delicacy that
No,
she's not yet aware
about
of.
so much farther, you hear it just pop out. And with your perception, even though it's a little bit farther down, treats! And just, it sounds like she's already eating.
Okay. So Amethyst maintains her stance with her weapon drawn and looks around. So she calls down the tunnel.
You hear that above ground before you get down in the tunnel. She's above ground again eating.
Oh, all right. So in that case, she says to Amethyst, "Well, aren't you lucky? Is there any more for the rest of us?"
Oh, so you're going to go on up to where she's at that point. Okay.
Well, I'm curious to see what she's caught.
Well, you know what? Maybe we should go to that map and see what she caught. So, anyway, since you did say you got down and you kind of walk, and all the other constructs are just kind of following, everyone, I guess, is staying up on theirs, let's just say.
Yeah.
And as you go, all of a sudden you see where there are dead demons. Multiple, along with a couple of people over to his side. Kind of huddled together. Looks like they're just having a drink.
War.
Now, you would have to do a perception to get more idea of what these two look like.
Okie dokie. Boo.
Amethyst, you're more worried about Lavender, and you see that she's just eating demons, and these are like, these demons haven't been dead for long. And there's like 6 of them dead, and these are huge ones. I mean, even a couple that matches the size of the constructs.
So Amethyst is pretty much just looking around, making sure none of these demons are still alive.
As far as you can tell, they're all dead.
Does everybody make a perception?
You can make a perception. I said you can. All you know is they're female.
Would that be the 2 individuals?
2 individuals, yeah. As I said, technically you would not roll, but you know they're female. That's it, Helen.
No, okay.
I will take the first roll whenever something like this and it's based on sight. I will take the first roll.
Oh, I didn't know it was based on sighting and sound. Oops.
Yeah, that's fine. Taheda can still roll with advantage because this is actually technically how she sees if she wishes. D7 doesn't even care. Savanka, though, at least finally made it. Okay, Taheda.
Perception or what?
Perception.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, so Taheda's definitely made it to where she can get an idea of descriptions.
Other 15.
That was my DC, so you're
Hey!
that was the target number. Taheda, do me a history check with advantage. Because technically your character would have met one of these people in the past. So, 21. Okay, yeah. You just kind of are stopping like, and you're just thinking the name Ruby all of a sudden. And to kind of confirm that for you, but before I have that, I'm going to go ahead and do the full descriptions here for Bastille and you. One of these are a demon.
Full demon or celestial demon?
What did you roll? Okay, Grom, the only thing is you look at your hammer and you do see it glowing. Usually when there's demons about. And you know they don't usually, it doesn't glow with dead ones. There's a live one close by.
Well, I will hold the handle tight.
But as I go on with description, yes, one is a demon. She has the like demon curved horns. She definitely has like black hair, as you can tell. Her skin's not a red. It's this pasty grayish color skin that you can see. And she's close to 7 feet tall. The other female to you is about a 5'6" tall female with raven black hair. There's actually a bluish shine to it at times. She has elvish ears, but yet her body makeup, it's almost like she's got human in her blood and all, but yet you're just wondering about something else, like, does she have a tail? And you're seeing where, and it's kind of under a cloak, so it's hard for you to get a good read as to what kind of tail.
Ruh-roh, cutie alert.
But the big thing that almost startles everyone all of a sudden is Savanka. Savanka rolled good. Which will help with Taheda understand, because Taheda's actually met her once or twice only. Is you will hear Aunt Ruby, and she does like a double somersault off the construct. She's not even going to wait for the construct to run over to her.
Owen just looks at the spot where Savanka was, then at where she went, just went back and forth and just be like, "Yep, okay." Just leaving her wife be. She's like,
So
"Yep, okay."
you definitely know this as Aunt Ruby, and it's not true aunt. It's just like you consider her an aunt because she kind of helped with raising after your parents had passed away and Drache was taking care of you. This is someone you've run into.
So I would probably be heading down to her as well.
All right. So she'll definitely... Savanka! Taheda, it's great to see you both. How have you been?
Been doing alright, though I'm still having trouble making poisons.
Of course.
She does that. Oh, maybe I should get you an automatic system to help you out. I know how much Drache will hate it, but you know I can do it.
Please don't.
What's the fun in that when I want to try to make them myself?
I like this girl.
So I take it everyone's kind of getting down to approach these two.
Yeah, and Helen, extremely quietly to herself, is like, "Great, even more family members that I don't know of." Another one.
Grom is going to stay back here, just looking at them.
As you move closer, you notice the hammer's even gotten brighter.
Brighter red?
Yep, brighter red. The known color of demons. And obviously there's one of these two has to be demon, but the one that they're like talking to, which I will ping as this one, is the one that... Yeah, she does. Yeah, I mean, icons should tell you, but yeah. Those two are definitely like, and Sabanka's like, what secret mission have you been sent on for the last 10 years? Oh, just I've kind of been in bad enemy territory. I know you would probably be pissed if you found out that I've been over in Balzrell's ranks, spying heavy. The reason I'm here is it's about time to go to battle. Does anyone want to say anything, start carrying the conversation?
I'm actually just at a loss for words because, again, another family member I hadn't yet not known of.
Well, now's the perfect time to introduce yourself.
Well, Amethyst at this point sheathes her blade and says, "Does anybody care to do a round of introductions? Tahida, Silvanka?"
I would look towards Amethyst and say, well, Amethyst, this is Aunt Ruby. Aunt Ruby, this is Amethyst. Of course, Sylvanka. Over there is Helen. And that would be Grom back there. And Bastille is somewhere around here.
No. You'd be like, and Bastille's right next to me.
Yeah, Bastille's up there. Okay, yeah, so
Okay, so I would say, and this is Bastille here.
yeah. And Ruby's like, okay, yes. Oh, and congrats, Savanka. I heard you finally tied it with someone, and I believe this will be. And she comes up to Helly. Yep, you're the one. You have to be. Congratulations. I wish I could have been at the wedding, but as I said, I was deep undercover.
Makes sense. But also very nice to meet you, too.
Oh, yeah.
How many more do I have to learn in secret?
25,600.
Oh, you probably know about some of my family from the past. It'd be about 6 generations back for Pack Rose. I'm actually, last name's Purple Rose. My mother married a Pack Rose male quite a few generations back. Grandmother, I forget what generation back and such.
Can I roll a history to see if I know?
Yeah, you can roll a history.
I know I don't have advantage on that, so. Woo! Nope.
The only thing is, the names definitely sounds familiar, and you've heard of Purple Rose. It's just that it was all you know. It was a big commotion day. That's it. That's all you know. But Ruby will be like, oh, and yes, I guess I should introduce my friend to you all. This is Erinice Ness. Eris Ness. She's definitely on our side, so there's no problems there or anything. She did do a perception. I take it Grom still has his hand on the hammer and it's gripped pretty good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, she's friendly. No problems. As she does kind of look at you.
In my head, in Grom's head, he is actually trying to contact Shamra. Saying, My goddess, I have a dilemma on my hands right now. I need some guidance, if you would, and if you will hear me out.
Oh, Goddess isn't rolling good today. You're not getting an answer right now.
Grom will just give a simple wave.
The thing is, due to the name Eris Neth was given, Grom will have advantage on the roll for history. Anyone else here can roll a history check.
Here we go! Amethyst, it is time. I get to use my ultimate ability. Here we go. Not a D2, thank you very much. Plus 10! I like that plus 10.
All right. Well, actually, I have a little explanation as for this. Right now, as we know, it's never a good idea to interrupt a bullet in the middle of a meal. Although Amethyst is keeping an eye on her so that she can, say enough is filtered through Amethyst's ears for her to say, "All right, this one's friendly. I got to tell Lavender not to eat her." Um, so she's just waiting for an ideal moment.
All right. All right. Well, you
I got a
definitely.
16. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. It's like she's already gone through one and she's starting to eat on another one.
Let her have her fill, and then I'll introduce Lavender.
So would I roll with advantage because next to my history shows an advantage?
All right. Let me look at this real quick.
If you click on it, it should tell you what you get advantage on.
Yes, but she needs to know if it is going to fall under this. Actually, yes, you will have advantage. It is part of your schooling here. Okay. Okay. Is Helen going to try to roll a history on that person's name?
Sure. I know slightly more. I don't know.
Okay. Again, the DC was 15 on this roll as well.
Yeah.
So Helen, well, I'm going to say that maybe you know the name, you're just not sure what it was connected with till someone else here might connect the dots for you.
Yeah, okay.
Grom, as I'm going to have to just go ahead and tell you everything. But trust me, everyone else here that rolled good will know. This is a daughter to Balsrath.
Uh-oh.
Though has Sinlum ever been seen. Never seen in any of his battles, though it is known she existed. One of his firstborns, in fact.
Grom grips his hammer tighter.
Hmm.
He is doing his best not to say much for fear of saying too much.
I'm gonna
Okay.
try an insight check here
On who?
on
Me.
Grom. See
Okay.
if I notice him white knuckling
Due
the
to
law
you know
shamrock.
the history here, you probably are looking back to see what Grom's up to. I would agree there. Okay.
Oh wow.
Whoa!
You
You
know
know,
exactly what's going through my mind.
you
Grom
practically know it's like,
Grom is trying his damnedest to hold his tongue and stay his hand for Sylvanka's sake.
Well, we're both standing a little aloof, mainly because I have a hungry bullet to keep a hold of, and you're probably keeping back as well. So Amethyst notices this, and she just sidles up to him and says, "Look around, Grom. She did all this. I can pretty much say she's probably on our side."
He will look to Amethyst and just simply say, "It's not my call."
What does your goddess say?
I don't know yet.
Well, we're gonna have to wait.
That's why I'm staying back here.
due to G7's just now getting off. I mean, he's heard everything. And he kind of heard your two conversation.
So she was able to be released because, unless I understood back in the first age, she was actually more prisoner than servant of Belsref's. Interesting that she is free now. Wonder how.
Well, says
Mike.
Amethyst quietly, um, last time we saw Basrath, he was looking rather worse for the wear.
My immediate thought is that she's has something to do with it, with her being released. Gesturing to the one beside Sylvanka.
That is a possibility. Very interesting. But being in there for over 10 years, that is a taxing position to be in.
With that, he would start walking up closer to him.
I'm going to speak to Aunt Ruby and her friend in telepathy so the group won't know what I'm asking. And I will send that message.
Okay. So as I'm waiting for that, okay. These are rolls to see if they're keeping how they're going to react to what was just telepathically asked. That's good. That's good. That's about the way I wanted it. Eris, as I'm going to just use the shorter version here. She goes wide-eyed. And Ruby just turns and looks at Taheda. What the hell do you think you're asking? I should bend you over my knee and spank you for that one.
I know very well what I'm asking.
Ruby, was it? Build that automatic alchemy kit as your punishment.
That's not a punishment. That's helping her out.
I would
No,
turn
no, 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 no,
towards
no.
the still, and I would reach out and touch him with my lightning.
Oh! Just giving him a bit of a shock. Nothing really damaging, correct?
Correct.
That was horrible. You know what you just caused? You know how I'm gonna retort to this? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tata gets kissed on the cheek. I'm like, who do you think you're messing with? I'm the king of sparks at times, sometimes the queen.
I would just be shocked at what he did.
Eris, for the first time, in a quiet voice, she actually, being very quiet, I would not put anyone into that kind of position. It's not right for you to even want that. You don't realize the horrors it can bring.
Most of my life has seen horrors that have been unspoken. So, if I can help in any way or form, I will do whatever is necessary.
Yes, well, I do know this. You already have another form. You don't need this. I know you don't. As you carry the lycanthrope ability inside you.
That is correct. But even with what I'm asking, could help also.
She's just shaking her head. No, not for you. I will not do that to anyone. I will not do anything like that to anyone. I would rather see people reversed from this kind of horror. And as you look into her eyes now, they're like a orange colored eye. And you already see like a tear, like someone asking this. It's just already when come down her face. And with that as well, you'll notice that across her left eye, there's like a scar straight down. Luckily, it didn't affect her eye. Now, due to how low she is talking, Grom will need to make a perception check to see if he heard this conversation.
Are you... Nope.
Okay.
He teeters on the number and then rolls to a 1. Oh well. Get the bad rolls out now.
Yeah. You know, this doesn't help on another situation, but okay.
Nope.
But I mean, like, Savanka's right there. And obviously, Savanka's putting two and two together, I think.
Well, seeing as Slavonka basically grew up with me as well, I'm pretty sure she can figure it out.
Yeah. Well, you gotta consider Savanka was already almost around 100, so close to that. I mean, she still was a more or less an adult, but she was still part of Eurasia. And she just looks at you. What the?
I would quickly put a hand over her mouth and then nod towards Grom and shake my head like, no. We can talk about this later.
When you remove your hand from her mouth, and hopefully pretty quickly,
Yeah, I would.
she is going to just say, I think I would help Aunt Ruby putting you over her knee right now for this. Though one thing is, Ruby has looked at the Warforge that had walked up, and then starts looking back and sees these constructs. And it's like she's in a candy shop, if you know that term.
Squee!
And not as hyper as another character in the campaign, but it's almost the only people that might even be able to follow what she is saying at this point would be Bastille and Helen.
Oh, joy.
As she first looks at G7, so what system were you a part of back in the First Age? You have to be First Age tech with what I'm seeing here. Do you run off arcane energies? Do you run off of psychics? Do you run off the exo system that they did back then? What's your... And
Here's what I was doing.
yeah, and then she just like turns and looks at the big machines. Are these 3 different constructs with different energy builds? What are they? And she's already up looking them over. Just passed by. I mean, she's kind of gotten distracted off the other subject. Has run up and started looking at the machinery's legs and such.
So a G7, I look at him because you know that noise you heard was actually As soon as I heard the first question, how fast she was talking, I was like, you take out some paper. Oh, she said this. Okay, okay. It's like we're in class again. That one fast talking teacher. Okay. Yep. Okay, that was everything she said to G7. Oh, G7, you have all these questions to answer later. Have fun.
G7 actually was like,
I would have answered psychic. Um, I've never seen anyone so excited about any sort of machinery.
Oh, I mean, I love her enthusiasm, honestly. It's nice to have more people that care about this kind of technology and such.
Sorry, her name is Saya? No.
Well-
There's Ruby and
Ruby.
yeah.
Ruby.
All right, here we go. Fuzzy, when it comes to that engineer, I want you to remember something. Dragon is OP in Guild Wars, and with Ruby, he will cause us to let's just live like the anime with Rooster Teeth. Done.
So Grom will look to Ruby and simply say, these are 3 of them. Yes. There's Electrum here, Crater behind me, and Dancer over on the left there.
oh, it's interesting. I'm getting it. And she's already pulled out like this one. To any of you, you don't know what it is. Sorry to say, I did not know anything about Timey when I first created this person, so no relations. And this was the way she acted, so I feel like suing Guild Wars over Timey on that one.
Mm-hmm.
But she has already pulled out this one piece of equipment. For you two that's right there by her, you don't know what it does, and she's kind of like, oh, okay, I understand why you got a name like that. It's an electric-based system. Oh, that's interesting with the magic. Huh. Crater, huh? An ice type for a name with Crater? I don't understand that, but okay.
And at that point, she's like, "You've lost me with Dancer."
No, she actually, when she walks up and sees her dancer and sees it's a fire type. So you basically named this one after my niece over there?
Yes. Someone finally got it.
Well, you're correct.
Oh, okay, great. What other types have you been around? I'm just wondering. And she's like pulled out another thing already and it's like doing its own little thing as she's going around. She's got like a lot of different crazy gadgets as you see that she's gotten her cloak fully out and you see that she has a Wolfgarian tail as well.
So I'll make her day, quote unquote. And just go up to her, just like little gentle pokes, and give her my sophisticated notes on Psy, and just walks away for her to enjoy.
She'll put one that she was scanning will take this like, oh shoot. Do you happen to have any technical manuals on all of these? I would love to read them.
Turns around, gives her a text manual to borrow. You're borrowing this, but have fun.
I just look at Tamunga. I really agree it now.
What did you say?
I really like your aunt now. You
You would. I understand why too, since you're also one of the people that knows how to work on those things. I don't care to ever learn, so yeah, you'll definitely get along with her just great. And you just see Eris, just like, one thing I don't care about for her, even though she's very smart, still, she has a lot of other great qualities too.
You know, let's go to Bastille said, I still like her.
Jasper, who's never even gotten off the construct, just like, sir, how long are we going to wait around here and talk? I mean, obviously, those two are friends. Are we going to have to wait for Lavender? Is that right name for your bullet, Amy?
Yes, we're gonna have to wait for her to finish eating. She won't leave if we don't.
I'm not even going to suggest what I wanted to suggest.
Go ahead.
No. I'm too nice. Nope.
She's thinking of making them craters, probably.
I'm too nice.
So she's actually being nice here. See, she likes Lavender.
No.
Well, you lot can all go on ahead, but I'm not going to leave her behind.
Hey, Paladin, that's just stupid. Oh, you want Grom to do all the work? Oh, sorry, he isn't compatible with your style of paladinness.
Yeah, well,
Well, next time you're dead, don't look me up.
Wait. What did you hear? What did you hear exactly? Because you might have cut off. I said, it's like, why would I leave my paladin behind? It's like, I'm saying that as a compliment.
Oh, all right. I heard something different.
yeah.
You're good. I have to make sure because tell you and break. Okay.
Yeah, he has some mic issues right now. We'll talk more about it during break time. But as Lavender's still eating, you just back and forth between the three constructs at the moment. She's really interested in that because Ruby knows Warforges are sitting that can talk and such, and she figures she can know it more going with y'all or something. And she's also looking through the manuals, also looking at these machines. It's like she's in a different world now.
So at some point, I'm assuming Lavender is probably going to let out a mighty belch, and contentedly wander over to Amethyst's side. At this point, Amethyst will probably walk up to Eris, and she'll say, "If you don't mind, would you hold out your hand, please?" And then she says to Amethyst, "Have a sniff." She says to Lavender, "Have a sniff of this one. We don't eat this one." Shall I roll for an animal handling check?
You better roll a persuasion check to have Eris even put her hand out, as she knows what it is, and she actually takes a step back from it.
So, well, at this point, Amethyst will just explain. I want her to know that it will explain. If you don't mind, I want her to know you by scent, so she knows that you're friendly. And then I will roll my persuasion. I don't want any accidents on the battlefield. There we go.
Make sure it doesn't try to bite my hand off, please. And she's just shaking as she's putting her hand out.
She's quite full, I assure you.
Now roll your animal handling check.
Fingers crossed. Okay, so I don't think that looks very good. So I think what's going to happen is Amethyst is going to shove her gauntlet. Amethyst is going to shove her own arm into Lavender's mouth before she can bite down on Eris.
I would allow a luck card to be used. If everybody else agrees.
You have 4 luck cards.
No,
Amethyst
four,
agrees
fuck
to
it,
this.
that's fine. Yeah.
Like,
He loses an arm.
Okay, so re-roll your animal handling check, as it sounds like everyone wants you to use one. They don't want you losing an arm here.
Kidding.
Gah.
What?
No, I used mine because I was being silly, like one impulsiveness. No, your arm. Let me go cry in the bathroom, BRB.
Hey, I am wearing a brand new suit of mithril armor. I mean, I'm not expecting it to be pleasant, but I'm sure it'll still be attached.
Rolodex? Yeah, Rolodex save us. This is like a reflective thing to do. To get your arm in the way. Because she is going to go snapping. Okay.
Oof.
Okay.
That was close. I saw it sit on a 3 for a second there.
Okay. So, looking at this, let's see. Plus 7.
Are you rolling damage?
So, okay. Alright, that's working out. Do you have anything against piercing?
Let me take a look at what I've got on here. That's Augustus. What's this half damage?
I don't know if you've got piercing resistance or blood. I don't know which one of those. I know you had to have one of them going on a resistance right now. I don't know. I don't know which one it is right now.
I'm pretty sure it must be. No, we asked my. Well, that was a shield. Why didn't I write down? Wait a minute. I'm sure I did. I must have written down the armor somewhere. Where, oh, where? My armor note's gone.
shield did I have?
Well, right now it's 37 points of piercing damage from Lavender. As she hits your arm, Amethyst, as you got it in the way.
So this hurts really bad, mind you. But Amethyst is more concerned about training her pet, as it were. So she says, "Abby," more as if she's upset than she's like, "That hurts." She says, "That's very naughty. When I tell you someone is friendly, you don't bite."
My demon.
This is my demon. No biting my things. I'll eat her myself.
Oh my god.
Well then.
Oh, that just hurt you on your
I am the alpha. I am the alpha dog. No
Roy,
eating my food.
animal handling check. You were almost going to get advantage till you said that line.
All right, that was just getting my bad roll out of the way. Let's see what happens. Buggery.
Bugger.
It keeps going up by one each time.
Do I, hey, wait a minute. Do I have an advantage token anywhere? Do I have any of those left?
You know what? Let me look and see. Yeah, you are one of a few that do. So you're gonna use it?
There we go. Yes.
It just took a few rolls, that's all.
That's just all. Took only 3 rolls. Amethyst will Lavender will probably look at me dubiously.
You definitely have like the pouting Lavender face.
So I don't want to go to bed yet, though. I'm cute and adorable.
You look so tasty too.
I didn't expect that part.
You've had enough, Laffy. You're going to get a tummy ache.
No, I won't.
Now she's being a brat.
Now she needs to learn her lesson.
Come on over here, Laffy. There's a much bigger one.
She'll move on back over to eating on them some more of the ones that's left over there.
In the meantime, she's bleeding out. Let me see. How many points of damage have I taken?
You took 37 points of piercing, which you can heal up easily.
Ouch. Yeah, I'm going to heal that.
Just lay on hands.
I don't want to deplete my lay on hands pool, so I'll cast Cure Wounds instead. So that's 3d8 plus 2.
Wait.
Before she casts, Eris is actually going to step up to you, Amethyst, as you've already done your lay on hands part, whatever you did on lay on hands.
You're at 65. You don't have to worry.
I don't know. Somebody could get themselves depleted down to 1 health point.
And then there's also me with 65 points of healing.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, well, the thing is, she's stepping up as you done are doing some lay on hands, and she is actually gotta get her spell list pulled up. All right, she'll lay a hand on you if you're going to allow it.
Yeah.
For 52 points of healing as she casts Cure Wounds.
Oh, well, that puts me right up to full again. Amethyst is surprised and she says, "Thank you."
At least you decided to take it instead of me. I told you, I don't. It's kind of a known fact, bullets love eating demons.
Well, she's a bit young, too, well, I have to say it's my first time training a bullet. You'd think with all the food laying about, which, by the way, this must have just happened. How long have you been out?
We just came through a portal no more than an hour and a half ago, and we ran right into this group talking about ambushing some group heading this way with a holy object. So we got ahead and just took them out ourselves.
Well, they were talking about us. I certainly say we appreciate the help.
Of course, anything to stop any of sort of demon activity here.
So now that everybody's all caught up and introduced, Amethyst knows the backstory with the history check and all that, correct?
Yeah, you know this is one of the firstborn daughters of Belsrouth. That's not a lot has ever been covered. Just has always been kept out of sight. Never has been in battles. And yet you just heard what G7 said. That
Right.
she was actually a prisoner more than anything.
So if you don't mind my asking, what is your relationship with Balzrath?
This is the first time you actually, when the name's mentioned, a flash of anger in her eyes. I'd rather see him dead. Let's just say that.
Well, you're in good company.
Roll another perception check, Grom. Because trust me, she's already recognized your symbol and all. She's keeping her distance for a reason.
Grom,
Hello.
you
Perception
rolling
check.
perception.
I had internet issues until just now.
Oh.
Welcome back.
Well, welcome back then. Never a night of D&D without technical issues, finally.
Hey, not a one.
So, last part of that conversation when Amethyst asked about the relationship with this, you see the flash of anger that just showed up in her that she would rather see him dead.
Grandma's just gonna let out a big, heavy sigh and says, I guess I'll try and talk to her about my decision later.
You're saying this out loud.
No, I'm saying this under my breath.
Under your breath. Okay. All right.
Basically, he's going to have to talk to Shamrath about his decision that he's going to do right now.
Okay.
As he then walks up to the demon.
After seeing that, her face is going back soft, and she sees you kind of walking up, and she'll just kind of like almost work to where Amethyst is in front of her. Even though she might be 7 foot tall, it's almost like she's trying to make herself smaller.
She's trying to hide behind Amethyst.
Yeah.
The smallest in the party.
Yeah. Well, the one that's already protected her. One that's already protected her from being almost eaten. So go ahead.
Obviously, you know my name, and I'm assuming you know this hammer.
You were introduced as Grom. I do not know your name per se. But I do know that symbol quite well, and I know what that goddess stands for. I'm surprised you haven't even tried to attack me yet, actually.
I am staying my hand I was staying my hand for Sylvanka's sake. Since you were with one of her family. I am Grom Hellsash.
You almost. I'm surprised you can even stay your hand. Even knowing the relationship I am to my father, I'm surprised.
He'll hold up a hand to interrupt her. Trust me, it was hard enough as is. Seeing the look you gave just now, I am willing to make a compromise. So long as you realize that possibly at some point I will probably have to come after you, given my goddess's orders. But if you are willing to help us take down your father for good, I am willing to have you as a temporary ally.
Before she can say anything, Ruby is like, you try to, you're going to be going through me.
Oh, Ruby, I don't think we'll have to worry about that. Unless Big Boy over here wants to resist my spell. Oh, Grom, did I not tell you about something that I can do with your mind?
Amethyst interrupts at this point.
Okay.
The gods aren't that unreasonable. And she says, "Let's give this one a chance to prove Let's give this one a chance to prove to herself, and maybe Shamrath will believe that she's an ally. That would make this whole ordeal unnecessary."
Trust me, I want him dead so badly. And I understand your pain and torture, but I've lived as long as probably that Warforge over there, as I do recognize. Believe it's G7 blade. And G7 would actually nod his head, keeping quiet, as he knows this is a volatile situation and he's not sure what he would have to do. Let's just say I've been way more tortured than you can ever imagine. I did not have a choice in being born as a demon, but I can assure you not all demons are bad.
Trust me, there are other allies that I know of that are also either part demon or full demon. But I'm going to try and talk to Shenrith about this at some point. I just wanted to make you aware, and I apologize.
I know it means nothing, but I apologize for what my father did to your clan alone and what he's done throughout this. But I wish I was never even born at times because of my relation to him. Which at this point, Ruby is walking up. You do not talk like that. You understand me?
The terms on how you were born may not have been yours to choose, but the way you live your life. I myself am a half-orc born among orcs. It was a lot harder than... It was a
Well,
lot harder for me compared to other orcs, but I still lived my life to my fullest. And it seems with Ruby here, you have yourself a good companion. I would then look to Ruby and say, trust me, I realize I'd have to go through you. That's why I'm going to try and talk with my goddess more about it.
I have an out of character question. There is a temple to Shamrath in Cara, isn't there?
not a true temple. There is like a statuette or something there, like something like that in the religious quarter, but there is actually technically no true temple to Shamrath there right now.
This is probably out of character because I'm sure it's something that Amethyst would know, but I don't. Which is, would Shamrath even hear the prayer of a non-orc? For that matter, much less a member of the demon tribes.
Okay. Considering
Like if I was to have Amethyst suggest that Eris pray to Shamrath and be the one to talk to her directly, it would probably be a pretty dumb thing for Amethyst to say, if that's known not to be the case.
Okay, in this situation, it's actually a bad idea in your mind. I'm going to mention it that way.
Right.
That's what I'm going to mention. Is like, no. Shamrath's kind of, as lawful as she is against demons. Yeah. Grom's in a tight situation.
All right, then Amethyst's going to keep her trap shut.
This is why he's going to be the one to talk to her about it.
Yeah. Thing is, Sabanka comes right up next to Ruby, putting an arm around her, hugging her, and she's like, well, if you are going to try to do this, Grom, and you have to do what your goddess says, you better worry about me too.
Rest in
Understood.
peace is Grom.
How will Helen react to this?
Helen would just go, I just do what the wife tells me.
So you're basically walking up next to
Nope. I'm staying back. I'm like, I don't want to be a Melvin, but if I have to, I'm doing what she tells me to do.
Okay, that's what you're stating.
I know.
So with that, we're gonna go on break, and we'll be back here in a few minutes, everyone.
I
All right, everyone, we're coming back live. So, as we were leaving off, basically, Helen was stating that she would do anything that Savanka would say on this matter. So, Grom knows he's kind of hoping to really get through to Shamrath on this one.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He figured he'd step forward, say that he's willing to have an alliance. But at the same time, he does have to follow through with what Shamrath tells him.
yes.
So he just wanted to state that to her.
With that, as that kind of has hopefully simmered down, Eris is still. She's trying to keep her distance from Ugrom, even though it's more out of, if anything, self respect due to she. Thanks, but basically, Ruby's like, if you don't mind, we'll come along with you because that stupid teleportation portal did not take us where Sylvan and them were at.
Oh wait, you weren't coming with us anyways? I tease.
Well, it also gives me a better chance to look at these machines as they're even moving and all.
Exactly.
So, as Labner finally gets through and demolishes all these demons, even though it takes a good part of the day.
Oh, that's one day lost. But at the same time, we have a nice, neat, tidy, clean battleground.
Well, that's true. That's another way to look at it. So, y'all get up on the machines. More than likely, Ruby will be going all over the place on these machines. Eris, on the other hand, will either be on the machine with Amethyst or Savanka, as she's understanding with Taheda. That's even though she might be keeping her distance a bit from Taheda as to what she asked for. So probably be on the machine with Savanka and Helen. Jasper's been like taking a nap. It's like, oh, are we finally moving?
Oh, the stupid beer jokes I have in my head.
So while they're resuming their endless game of cards, Amethyst asks Taheda, "What did you say? Your aunt seems to have lost her temper."
I would actually reply back to her in telepathy.
And probably have to check your whispers on that one.
Okie dokie.
So, Ruby more than likely has. One thing is that you're noticing, but still in particular, you would have, as she's even got like goggles like yours and such, even though hers looks a bit different. But it looks to be on the same kind of construction level that she's has put on and is really looking at fine details and all. And it's like, more than likely, the one box that she has is like a note taker in some aspect. And you know she's talking out loud a lot, like, okay, so this is part, okay, that makes sense. So it works out. You know, all the technical stuff that only you and Helen would understand.
Well, that just makes me giggle because it's like looking at a female version of me, like completely female, because like I talk out loud all the dang time. So when she has like a thinking pause or something, like, gee, I really wonder about those goggles I saw today. I wonder how much different they are to mine. That's interesting. Hmm. Looking in her direction.
She would look up. Oh, those are first age. Dang, they definitely had a lot of power put into those. Mine's only got about maybe, I would say 65% of what yours has. I mean, those can even identify magical things, as I understand it, and all, which is awesome. I mean, wouldn't you want to be able to use a magic item without having to wait to have it identified and all?
Oh, trust me, I had to do identifications before I even had the little helper box, and oh, that was a pain in itself. So, oh yeah, oh, big time. But maybe we could tinker with your goggles or something. Definitely wouldn't mind you being able to do what I can do. Oh.
No, well, I've got another contraption to help identify stuff. If you want to look at it, here it is. And she reaches into a bag and pulls out another. It's like a box, sort of like yours, but yet it's got all these type of machinery things. It's like, here, go ahead and take a look.
So I take a look at it, studying it.
And
Let's see.
yeah, go ahead and do our Arcana check to see how much you really understand.
So, oh, that's right. I should start putting proficiencies of this stuff instead of just having you be like, "Oh, is he proficient or whatever?" D20 plus this. There you go. Oh, pfft, yeah.
So yeah, you start looking it over. It's like, oh, okay, so this is like the lenses that would be doing the identification that she set up. This box is obviously, if it's some sort of curse system, it still won't blow up in your face. That's kind of nice. I mean, it is definitely a marvel that she actually has like a automatic machine like that.
Hey, Ruby, having all this nifty equipment as they give it, back to her and all that. Having it to where I don't have to worry about things blowing up in my face and stuff, especially with one fireball incident I have. Oh, it's so nice. I'll have to see what other things that you can do. And I'm really nudging about the automatic alchemy thing. Tahate is kind of yeah, I don't know how much you've ran into stuff with her, but I haven't been with her that long, and yeah, she's still she's done some things. Oh, besides her lightning that she can do, which is a thing.
Oh, she's doing lightning?
Yes,
oh.
she's a lightning sorceress. Excuse me.
Oh, cool. I'm glad to hear that. Hey, Tahada, great on becoming a lightning sorceress. At least you have something in common with Sylvan now.
Yeah, that's true. But Roger wasn't too happy about it.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, you got to consider how much he's been around. I mean, at times, Sylvan and him have their spouts. And, yeah, he doesn't... he's not the big magic user. I mean, he does use some nature magics, but he preferred not to. I think that's why we always were talking a lot too, because he actually was interested in what I was doing with stuff.
Oh boy. So many awesome people, all the more motivation to watch Bowser die, and maybe tarot card, depends on what I do since I have children. But yeah, Bowser is definitely dying. What you
So,
looking at? Oh, never mind.
as that is, as this is all happening over on the middle construct, as it's probably where the more quiet people are, being Eris, Savanka, and Helen.
Yep.
Finally, Savanka just looks over at Eris. So, at least you're free now. If anything, you could at least see about becoming maybe a celestial demon. Forsake that demon side, I think. Isn't that a possibility? At that point, she just shakes her head. The problem is I'm fully pure demon. Most celestial demons, if you really ask them, has some sort of mortality to mortal bloodline in them, and that's why they can do that. Because trust me, if I could, I would. And then she just goes quiet again. Now, this is definitely said loud enough that everyone could hear that.
So, is it a 100% fact about, like, if she could, she would, there's, like, no other way, yada yada, or maybe there's, like, some other things that maybe she's missing, possibly? That hope!
Uh, with the celestial demon thing, I mean, the only authorities that you would know of, because other than maybe paladins with a religious training in something like this, to know, no one would really know the full faculty of that. And I will automatically state that with the celestial demons, as they have forsaken being a demon. Thing is, most of them are not 100% demon and such. There's a mixture involved. Due to she is pure 100% demon, that is not an option for her. The paladins would at least know this. No one else here, unless you know religion very, very well.
Probably wouldn't do bad in religion, but that sucks.
Then, of course, you will hear Ruby just pop by. We're going to find a way, dear, and you know it. You're not going to stay a demon forever. I'm making sure of that. I just haven't gotten the right machine yet. I know I can make one.
A machine that can turn demons into something else?
Yeah, it's never been made, but I'm going to be the first to do it.
You can say Ruby has a fire in her eyes and all that stuff. She's determined. Super inspiring right now.
She's definitely inspiring, and if you could see her eyes, I mean, for you, you could probably see through the lens that, yeah, she's got a fire in her eyes on this. But she's working on all this, looking through these books. I mean, she's going at a break pace reading through these books.
And what would you like to be, Aris? If you could be anything else.
I don't know. I just wish it was anything but demon. So really, does it matter?
Amethyst thinks about making a joke that she could always decide to become a dwarf, but
Oh my god.
well, it wouldn't be the first time we've had a 7-foot dwarf. Although that is a reference to another work of fiction. People who read Terry Pratchett would know what it was.
Yeah.
See, I'd be a bit more serious and I'd say, well, dwarves are pretty great, I'd say in Dwarvish. Repeat it again in common, though. And then laugh a little bit. See where it goes from there.
Oh, we know that.
As long as I don't have to go into try and be in a mine that's set up for dwarves and not my height, sure. Trying to crack a joke. Humor's kind of dry. She's trying, but
I look her way and I'd be like, looks like it's a deal then.
You know, that's funny you mention it. If you've seen a lot of dwarven ruins, the ceilings are quite high. Makes you wonder why. But then again, this is why I've been sent into... That's why I've been sent to the Paladin temples. I'm not the best at tunnel construction.
G7 on the comment about ceilings being so tall would just turn and look at you.
Oh, my ceilings were so tall in Dwarven Ruins was to help accommodate machinery such as their golem system, constructs, and such. I thought you would have maybe thought about that.
Well, as I mentioned before, I always did very poorly in architectural studies. I left much of that up to our older brothers.
G7 would just nod, though. Jasper's like, damn right, Amy. We never were cut out for that.
One can only get so excited about foundations and angles of depth.
What's Grom doing?
Grom is going to be in the hold, like inside the
Construct.
cavity, inside the construct. Yeah.
You mean up on the shoulders, as these cavities are only for working on them, if you remember.
Wasn't there like a storage?
That was on Psy.
Yeah, Sai's the only one that you know of right now. There are others, but these are not those type.
Okay, well, anywhere where he has enough room to sit.
Yep, you can definitely sit on their shoulders. That's not a problem.
And then he will after that he is going to just sit down, legs crossed, hammer in front of him, and goes to make a prayer to Shamra.
Okay.
Great goddess Shamra, please hear the call of. Please hear my call. I have need to speak to you about current events. I wish for your word. I wouldn't say guidance. I would wish to know your standing on my decision.
Okay. Eyes open or closed?
Closed for now.
Okay. You start feeling this sand brush wind on your face.
He'll open his eyes.
You're no longer on the construct shoulder. You're in a kind of like a major, already done battlefield. You see some banners in the distance, just like colored banners, just waving in the winds and such.
Yep.
Yes, my champion. What is it?
He'll give his salute and then just give a deep sigh and says, I am at a loss. I do not know what you would wish of me and what's happened as of recent. So I ended up going with my judgment.
It's like, judgment about what exactly?
Just out of character.
Okay.
It's Eris. What? Again?
Erisness. Let me. I'll give you the spelling in your DM, so you have it.
Eris.
In fact, you know what? I'll just put it in stream chat here, everyone, so you can see how it's spelled. So there's no mistakes.
Is there a space in there?
No. It's all one word name.
Eris.
She sang that song, Dude Looks Like a Lady.
My companions and I came across one of Sylvanka's family members. Her name is Ruby. With her was one of Baldrath's daughters, Eris. I stayed in the back, behind everyone, in respect for Sylvanka and her family. I stayed my hand as best I could. During one of the conversations with Amethyst, Amethyst had mentioned Balsrith, and her eyes had the same fire I did when I encountered him. She wishes to see him dead. As much, if not possibly more than I did. So going off my judgment, I went up to her and I gave her my temporary alliance. But I told her that barring your instructions and what you wish of me, that I may end up going after her at some point. I know my duty and my oath to you is to slay every demon. But I'm afraid at the power I am at now, some demons are out of my reach. So, for a time, if they wish to help, I would like to have the chance to have that help with Bowser. This would include the help of one of his daughters. I do not ever plan on betraying my oath to you. But as a soldier, forming temporary alliances against the enemy is also a benefit. After that, he'll go silent, just having his head down and in wait for her response and or judgment.
My champion. There are a lot of trials out there. And when I say all demons, yes, all demons. And she stresses the word demons in a particular way, should die. Sometimes the hammer only detects the physical, not the intention. Now, again, would you have considered her a demon in her actions?
From what I have seen, as I do not know her fully, no. She may have the form, but I do not see her.
So, I see no problem here, as I know more of her true intent. This is one you do not have to go after. But since at times your blood's going to run hot, I think the hammer needs to be able to do something more for you. Hand it here for a second.
He'll pull on, pick up his hammer and hold it out to her. Words, people, words.
You made some.
She takes it, and ancient archonic orc that you. This is beyond you to even understand. She just speaks into this hammer, and you just see, like, you know, the different coloration of glows, like the blue, the green that you've seen, and the red. It kind of flashes through all of that. Here you go, champion. And do not think you cannot take on. You are about ready to take on Balsrath. I have the feeling. So do not think you cannot take on any demon. As she hands the hammer back to you.
He will take it with a bow of his head.
Good luck in the upcoming battle. And next thing you know, you're back on. You're standing up on the construct, holding the hammer.
Real quick before that fades, he will respond and says, with your strength and guidance... Wait. Good luck. Good luck in you. With your strength and guidance, I will be more than fine. Thank you, my goddess.
You're sure she heard your words as you are. You're standing on the construct's shoulder, holding the hammer. Now, as you look at the hammer, it's no longer glowing red, but this pale blue, which you have come to know has always meant for demons that has forsaken being demons, as the celestial demons and such.
He will nod and put the hammer on his belt. Is it possible to... I guess he'll just wait until we stop.
Well, I mean, what are you...
He was gonna go talk with Eris.
She's on the construct next to you, and they put out their arms for you to walk across, which is... I wouldn't have a problem crossing it, if you know what I mean. You know my fear of heights.
Okay.
So, yeah, you can walk over there and talk to her. That's not a problem.
I will go do so. I'm gonna walk across the arm and head over towards where Eris is.
She's just sitting over there. Sabanka and Helen's like just sitting together on like one, and she's over like on the other, closer to where Amethyst and them is. And then she sees you approaching, because she sees you out of the corner of her eye. She's kind of like getting up.
He'll give her a proper salute. I do apologize. I hope I am not interrupting.
No, it's okay. What can I do for you?
I had spoken to my goddess just now. I explained the situation, I told her of my judgment. And she is more than fine with you, as am I. My oath is to destroy demons. You are not one. I apologize for letting my anger show when we first met. It was unbecoming of a paladin.
Still in her kind of quiet tone. No, you had every right because of what you saw. Though your hammer glows differently now. Something has to have been done about that. as I have studied a lot of different things for myself. That's usually a sign that even though there is a demon, it's not per se hostile or evil intent, I believe.
That's correct. This glow usually happens when it first happened when I was around the group of. It showed that they weren't they didn't have demonic intent. There was not really much demon in them. And now it glows this way for you.
I can tell you, it sounds like your goddess at least knows there are demons in other people at times. Maybe that's something you should be careful about with the glow. What happens if we're in a room and there's people with demonic intentions, let's say?
That will come at another time. But it is nice to officially make your acquaintance.
Uh, I do know about your clan. I've known about a lot of things, and I'm so sorry about what happened to them. And if I could be able to help with any sort of reversal, I am more than willing to try. I don't believe it was right. I don't believe in any such forced conversion.
Well, luckily, 3 of my clan so far has come back to their senses. One of them I did have to take down, but she was one that encouraged the demon.
She nods.
Plus, my clan still lives on. He couldn't. He hasn't taken us down yet. And I plan on taking him down first. So, your help in this crusade is all the more welcome.
Yes.
As I said before, I noticed the fire you have. It's the same fire I had. Still have against for him.
Yes. So the help I'll give is maybe information on his fights with alternate worlds. Maybe that'll be enough for all of you to know what not to do.
If I may ask.
With earshot, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, you
Sure.
can hear this. I mean,
All right, go on, carry on.
Grom is gonna look at her and ask, if you don't mind my asking, I am one for. I have a militaristic mindset. What is your specialization, if I may ask?
I'm no fighter. I never got any training to be any sort of fighter. I know how I heal just because. Anyway, I'm only good at healing. I won't be on the front line. Even though I do help Ruby as she's like a one-man army with all her gadgets. I guess she calls them.
Well, having healers is never a bad thing.
But I have one other ability, and that is my vision ability of seeing what's happened in other worlds.
You can see other worlds? Just or are there specific
I've
only
seen
specific
you in other worlds. I've seen Amethyst. I've seen Bastille, Helen Savanka. Sometimes it was happy ending, you could say. Others, mistakes were made.
do you see past and
I see
past
other verses. I do not know what your future is. No. I just know what's happened on other worlds.
Out of character question,
Okay.
Hmm?
because I keep forgetting his name. What's the other demon general who is looking to backcap Bowser's Wrath?
Durakar?
Darakar, that sounds right. So Amethyst will say to this, what do you know about this new invasion by Darakar?
It's not
Is
so new. He's just been trying to keep it quiet, but he's too chaotic. That's why it's now known. My father even knows. And let's just say he's not happy right now. As there's another demon lord vying to even take it. There is a third. Though you will learn about him soon enough, I think.
you hear a clong as Amethyst strikes her forehead with her palm, and the steel and the mithril gauntlet bounces off of her helmet. They say bad things always happen in threes.
The other demon lord that's vying for control, though, if you wanted a demon in control, that's one you would want.
Why doesn't this lot all kill each other and leave us alone?
One thing about demons, my father has been killed multiple times. But unless his soul is truly ripped from him and killed, he's going to keep coming back.
Oh, well, that explains it. What a nuisance.
It can be, indeed.
Out of curiosity, if you can answer this, about how long does it take between killing one of these fellows and then coming back? How much time exactly would it buy us?
With my father now, maybe a year at most. It used to be a lot longer.
Amethyst strokes her chin thoughtfully. Well, yeah, exactly. And then she discovers that she's got a beard. She remembers she's got a beard there, and she starts petting it absently. But then she says, "Well, that means we at least have a year for a tray of black to go and harvest his soul like she needed." At least it'll put off all of the unpleasant confrontations that would need to happen if she had to be right there on the spot.
I'm afraid she has to be there as soon as he goes down.
Ugh.
I'm sorry to
Well, I
say.
tried.
I know. You'd think it would be that easy, but no. There's only a fraction of a window to really truly end this.
So you've seen this tray of white, then?
Yes. And I saw her defeat when that group went. Though she was black at the time.
My goodness, how do you keep it all straight? I'm already confused.
How do deities keep everything straight they have to keep up with?
Well, they do have entire churches and whole clergies to keep track of it all for them.
They still keep more of an eye than you might think. But demons are the same way. Being a fully true holy demon, I'm just able to.
So let me see if I've got this straight. Atreya White's been defeated, but Atreya White was Atreya Black when she was. And now we've got to keep Atreya Black and Atreya White apart, so that Atreya Black can come and reap the soul of Balzarath when we defeat him. Have I got that all straight?
She'll just put her hand up to her face. Who told you to keep them separate?
Wasn't it Malice? Yes.
It was Lady Malice.
Oh, the Grim Reaper before her.
Was that wrong?
Something could happen, but maybe they should come together. It's my opinion. But that's just my opinion. I mean, if you want to follow the advice of someone that wants to just keep balance, by all means.
Amethyst shrugs. Well, I am the servant of Vita. Balance is what we are. Balance is my sole priority. However, I like to keep my head balanced on my shoulders, so I do tend to take the advice of those who know best.
I'll be right back.
Yes, but if a balance is to keep my father in that position, is it truly balanced?
True, that's just a status quo. Status quo is anything but balanced at the moment.
I just know this battle that's coming is a final battle of decision, you could say. I don't know who's going to win. I just hope it's all of you.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. Anyone else want to say anything here?
I know what the Bastilio is doing. Let's see. Boop. Do-do-do-do. Ha! Okay. We'll note that for later. You'll find out. You'll find out.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, what stat is that? Because I see the -1, I'm thinking Dex.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Where you at? There you are. There you go.
Okay.
It's for one specific person.
Can you at least give me that specific person? Its
No,
name.
I didn't figure it out. Oh.
There are too many people here are pink.
but I believe in you, Dragon.
Okay. Let's just say you're going fail.
Oh, well,
Because
he's
if
gonna
I
be screwed
remember
about
his
it.
passive, yeah, you failed.
It's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
Just gonna act like I'm hiding, giggling too much.
So, does anyone have a passive perception that is lower than 11?
You said lower than that?
Yeah.
No, not for me.
Nope.
Passive. Boo, 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 boo. Woof. I am the lowest,
You have
but
11.
I'm not. I have exactly 11.
You still would even notice this. So Vonka's been listening to this, but also turns and has her head just looking at you, Bastille, as you're trying to sneak up on Grom.
I kind of mouth to her. It's like, I'm trying to be here so I can hug him because I hear good things. Don't you agree? And I can't help it that I'm not you and your amazing stealth and hood.
She just kind of like, and then praying thieves can't to Helen. Should we get him some gear to also be stealthy?
I'm not sure yet.
So Grom, you will know that Bastille is trying to sneak up behind you.
And I'm hiding at a certain point to ambush.
Mm-hmm.
I am just. I'm staying facing the direction I am.
Okay.
He's auto-failing.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're just going to autofill your... Because your passive sees it, but okay. So you're going to autofill this. Okay. So with that... Anyway, with that... Ruby actually has gotten up and has already walked over because she's been hearing the whole conversation. Walks by you, Gron. Hey, they're going to win. I just have a good feeling about this. You don't need to let those other visions bother you. I mean, Can it help with information? I bet it will. And I can tell you right now, of all the Drachas, you know this is the one that can do it. And she's like going up there and kind of hugging her. And most of the time, you'll notice that Eris has her arms like always crossed and such. So I'm waiting for whatever now. If Jasper's probably rolling his eyes and didn't even bother moving over here to even get involved.
And I'm just staying quiet, listening to everything.
Mm-hmm.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky.
So everyone else is watching this. Grom obviously is too engrossed in whatever for Bastille's surprise hug, I believe.
Dang, saw right through me. Curse is foiled again.
So go ahead and describe it exactly, Bastille, so Grom can make his response.
Well, in the paladin who doesn't know that the dragon is ready to pounce on the prince that must be snagged away, I go, ah! And I grab him, give him a tight hug, but not a hug. They're not as strong as what he would do.
I move my foot a little bit backwards to keep myself balanced, and then just look at Bastille with a grin.
I'm so happy. See, I knew you could be a paladin, and you sound like a champion of all paladins, but you know, I'm just so biased of you and such. But now that you know, you don't have to kill demons just because they're demons. That's great. You can make judgment calls, and honestly, it's kind of inspiring. I know when we dealt with the Celestials, I wasn't exactly sure myself. Meh, it's good. I think this is going to be a better age. We just need to beat one other demon lord, and that's definitely going to make a big difference. Obviously, we have that other one to deal with, but still, it's like this one's like, yeah, he needs to go. So
That he
obviously,
definitely does.
But until then, I'm not letting go. We're snuggling because yes, this is a major. I was actually thinking about talking with Ruby about working with her machine and stuff. I just was honestly dead worried about, you know, our little, you know, acclamation of friends, you know, that we'd end up losing some because they're demons. So, but yeah, because I know I wouldn't want Sarah to, you know, kick the bucket because of your hammer, for instance. So, yeah, but yeah, this makes me happy, and let's just enjoy the night. So, insert time of day if it's not night.
Uh, it's not per se night yet. I mean, might be getting closer to afternoon hours. Though,
There you go.
one thing is, G7, he's been quiet the whole time. He hears this about the final battle.
If this is to be the final battle, what is our battleground? Do you know?
I'll look
Yeah.
at it. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna be like, well, once I stop having my head buried in Grom, I look at him. I'm like, oh, it's just in the Gate world, and it's gonna be in his lovely turned place over there. Because I bet he's done a lot of remodeling that I probably hate. So
To give more specific, it will be on a different world entirely, G7. One that you do not exist on. Sorry to say. In the city of Turok. She just kind of goes quiet.
Understood. I will start making some preliminary planning then, knowing the city and such. Take it, you know which sector they are located at in there?
Something called the Mages Guild, which I never understood that.
okay, one second. Let me do the snugs. Okay, I'm done. I'm good. Okay, G7. I was student Mages Guild. Let's try to make some like possible plans. He's probably screwed up with some things, but let me try to tell you what I remember from when I used to attend there. So this will at least help you to a certain extent.
Of course, I'm just gonna start making preliminary plans because something like this, hopefully we have armies. He's gonna be surrounded.
Tell me, Jasper, says Amethyst. Did you make a habit of counting your arms and legs every morning when you woke up in the Mages Guild?
No, Amy, because I had better sense. Did you have to being in Paladin school?
I'm not the one who could wake up as another species any given moment of the day.
It wasn't like that. Even though, did some students die there? Yeah, because they were stupid.
Oh, so it's more of a binary.
I think even Bastille knows a couple of those stories, don't you?
Which volume do you want of my stories?
Exactly. I think a lot of the magic traps there were just to weed out the stupid from the smart.
So with that, I'll be with G7 and Jasper wishes to help. He's more than likely, or he's more than able to. As I'll smile at him, kind of like, yeah, you can come over here and help.
Yeah. And actually, he even talks about a couple of passages underneath the Mage's Guild that you didn't even know about existed.
See, this is why we keep him around, G7. He's nice. Good. Good.
G7 just nods as he's already got like one of his parchments and one of his inkwell pens, and it's already basically getting like a diagram outline of what all you're talking about on the underground of the Mage's Guild. And then he's like, on different parchments, he's like doing exact drawings of like how the city is, the roads and such. And he's already like, this isn't good. If they've already got that sort of ground, it will be hard pressed to get to Balsruff. I mean, and then he just stops. And then looks back as Lamner's just jumping into the wagon at this time. There is a possibility, though, for at least you all to be able to make it, maybe. You have a ASAP will help here.
An ace in the hole, one might say.
Yes. So he keeps drawing out, and he's even drawing out where, like, maybe possible places for a certain lavender to tunnel. So, this goes on. We go to the next day. Of course, we need a percentile roll.
Santo Birdo.
Yep, we need that. Ooh. So after, your sleep and all, Amethyst, you wake up. So as you reach, checking your face, this time you notice your beard's actually kind of like down to where it's right about to your chest area. Might be going just a little bit below, like where your rib cage comes together at, right there in that area.
Amethyst just quietly makes a note of it in her little notebook. She still has a bit of a way to go. But then she starts to worry. Get it to just the right length, I can win. But I don't want it to get longer than that. But if I take off the belt, will my beard disappear? What a horrible thought.
Only one way to really find out.
At any rate, Amethyst goes down and summons Augustus for his morning ride.
Of course. You have your morning ride. Go and make a perception check. Just to...
Eh.
You'll notice as you look up into the sky, you'll actually notice that Eris has... Now, you didn't see her with wings, but yet she has wings and she's kind of up in the air flying this morning.
Amethyst waves up at her cheerfully.
Well, she
Was
sees
that
all.
not very... Oh. I was
No,
gonna say,
no,
what was
no,
that
no,
roll?
no. Roll was for her perception to see if she sees you. But let's just say she sees all. So she just kind of like looks down, kind of waves back, but continues flying. Yeah, you take your morning ride. At some point, everyone can roll their perceptions. Advantage if you have the advantages. $25 for you, Tate. Okay. Oh, but still had a dirty 20.
Pretty.
Grom. Fine, Grom's starting to see things again. I just realized something.
Hmm?
Don't you get advantage, Bastille? Or...
It just says proficiency with. That's it. Unless
Oh,
it's unless sight it's that. If it's sight only, then yeah, it's advantage.
okay, this isn't just sight only, so yeah. Okay. But you still have a dirty 20, that's good. Alright. So, Helen, you definitely aren't going to notice.
Yep.
Okay. For you three, along with actually Ruby, G7 doesn't even notice this. You start hearing this hawk's screech happening more and more often. Also, sounds like there's like an animal running.
Do-do-do. I rolled a crit 20 for Beacon.
You didn't say that, but finally, Ares, after a bit, actually flies down and lands on the shoulder. Not the most steady, but she does. I just thought I saw someone. Literally nothing stopping them in this forest from moving. They're cloaked.
That's a lot of description. You want me to roll insight with advantage?
Insight does not tell you that. Insight's like telling you truths and such about the person.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, perception or something. History or
History would be the best one to go with. It's
yeah. No, I was thinking like insight because of the fucking news screeching and stuff. So I was like, it's like that.
now if you're trying to roll an insight on that, yes.
No. There's all sorts of stuff right here. There's too many other telltale signs. Here we go. 23.
This sounds like something that you've already ran with Drache.
And then I point happily. Drache Savith is near. I think. I'm very positive.
I'm still disappointed with you, Sabanka and Taheda. Why don't you stop the machines for a bit?
Bingo!
Grama's gonna just give a quick call out for an all stop.
Yep. The machines will stop and you'll actually see Drache just come on in closer. I actually came to see how things were going for all of you after I got back. I see that you were on your way back. Decided just see how long it would take for you all to notice me, as I was sure to be able to stay out of the machine's scan range. And as he is looking, he found Ruby. It is time. She just nods. But we definitely have some good information. You know the person I was telling you about that I would definitely be bringing? Meet Aerosmith. Most of you know, usually in daylight hours out here, Drache usually leaves his goggles on that he wears. This is the first time any of you would notice that he actually reaches up, pushes them up with like a look of like, what? like a bit of a shock, but almost like this is actually some of the best news he's hearing. You're telling me that the betrayer that you had gotten is his own family? Oh, yeah, for several reasons. Okay. Well, with that, we need to get back to Cara faster. I don't want to be doing talking out here. Are the Reagans really important to y'all right now?
Well, that depends on the SS Sapphire. We're just here as a decoy.
I had heard word as I just gotten back yesterday that the SS Sapphire was already making its way inland. They had some great wind conditions in their favor to push them. They should be at Cara already, so I was
If
about
they're already there, why, there shouldn't be any problem at all.
great. Have your machines unstrap them. Is anything in them at all, or anyone, or and
Helen?
Helen's familiar would just dart out from one of them and just run up to sit next to Helen. Just be like, yep.
mm-hmm.
Oh.
There's one other one you got to worry about. As this is like mid to late afternoon when this happens. So you've already done your morning ride, and Augustus, of course, has already been sent back. You just
Gus
have
has been sent back. Lavender's probably, if it's daytime, then Lavender's probably still running alongside.
yeah, she's finally come back, and it's like looking at what's going on. No, she is looking straight at something like a mouth watering.
It's no longer the Grom problem, it is the lavender problem.
I guess we've all been standing on the ground at the feet of the constructs then.
Yeah, if you wanted to, you could get on down. It's like, all right, get them in like a triangle shape here. That's why I said about the wagons, because this scroll I'm about to use makes a teleportation circle. That's decent size, but I don't think we're going to get the wagon, so they might get left here. Oh, well, if Copus wants them that bad, she can send some people out here to get them.
So Amethyst puts an arm over, well, as much of an arm around being a euphemism, on Lavender, as if with her dwarven strength she could hold it back, and she says, "Laffy, no biting friends." If we can just retcon that disastrous last line that I made the other day.
A cheat meat.
There'll be plenty more later.
I couldn't speak. I'd be like, there's gonna be a buffet here soon.
Did I not? Okay. So what did you say as I was taking care of a bot?
Patolo!
Oh, I suppose I could translate for, well, she's not gonna know what a buffet is.
Well, that's why you word it to lavenderish.
So I'm going to word it into lavenderish.
Good.
And so what? So what? So what the little lizard said was, soon there will be all sorts of food. So what we call a buffet.
Animal handling check.
I figure if Amethyst could say buffet, then it'll be sort of a training word. So let's see if we can turn that into a command.
Mm-hmm.
I've done worse.
Oh yeah, you've done worse today, and that's actually okay.
Okay.
The one thing you have noticed as you're trying to put your arm around Lavender, you swear she's bigger.
At that, Amethyst will say, Lavi, how does your armor feel? Is it too tight?
To be loosened.
So Amethyst examines some of the buckles, and they've got a few holes to be adjusted.
Yeah. You have plenty of adjustment on here. The dwarfsmith that did this for you, he knew what he was doing. Because he knew how big these things get, and he just had a feeling it was going to get bigger than this for sure. So he definitely put a lot of extra slack here.
So Amethyst loosens some of the buckles so that they're more comfortable, and makes a note to herself that she'll probably have to check daily, especially with this little one's appetite.
Zrache sees you doing this right before the teleportation. Well, looks like she's about to hit her final size, I think. How long has it been? Yeah. She might be getting close to her final size here in another few weeks.
Especially with all the eating she's been doing.
Oh, you mean you've spoiled her on demon meat?
I'm afraid so. There's been no lack of it.
Yeah, well, make sure you keep her away from one right now. So, as he makes sure everyone's like inside of where the constructs is, he'll speak some. He'll pull out the scroll, start speaking in the High Elven Arcanic style language that this is written in. As he is like centered here. And you'll notice that a purple ring starts up around the constructs, going up. And flash. You end up right outside Cara. And some guards like, what the hell?
Sorry to startle you.
Drache kind of comes out. Listen, we have someone here that would definitely set off alarms. They're friendly at the moment. You have my guarantee on this. Yes, sir. We're not going to argue with you. And he'll look over to... So, I doubt they've given you ability to control these yet, Ruby. But still, Helen, if you... Well, I know whoever... Just command them to start patrolling the city again or something. Even though there's a lot more here now. And they're... they're not sure where to store all of them.
I'm sure Sai will help things out. He's a great robot. Very efficient. I got G7 here. Great at planning things. If there's really that many issues.
G7 actually... I mean, he was there just being overlooked at the moment. And
He comes up. Yes, it is a pleasure to finally meet you, Gartes of Eve. I've already been working on preliminary planning for final battle. As I have been fighting Belzra for over since the first age.
Drache, still with his goggles off, I mean, he's been kind of squinting, kind of like, raises his eyebrows like, okay, great. Definitely interested in seeing what you've done. He's like, I think you've done more than just go get a holy object on this trip.
Yep. Always.
Definitely got a lot to discuss. Let's head on in. So whoever decides to give the command to the constructs to do, you'll go in and you go in through the east gate. So you'll turn to go south on the road down to where Sylvan's is. So, you get there to Sylvan's. Of course, Lavender doesn't get to come into Sylvan's. So he goes over into the side area and just kind of lays down.
Well, there's a Sylvan's has a what do you call that place where you put horses?
Well,
A
it's a
stable.
stable right there, but that's the kicker. Everyone's kind of not... I mean, she gets to sleep wherever, but she's almost got more free roam because of you. Because she's going to follow you no matter what.
Amethyst might actually go into the stable area, and she'll just ask if Lavender would like to have a nap for a bit.
I gotta get that.
Yeah, I'll sleep, I guess. Since there's nothing else to do, you're gonna be in there a while. I know it.
So grumpy.
She's grumpy lately.
What do I do if it's not a will?
I don't want to take a nap.
Amethyst pats her on the flank and promises to be right out. Then goes in with the rest.
Yeah. As you're already going in. So it's like, Ruby, it's so wonderful to see you. Even though I know this is... I was figuring about battle timing, and yeah, we only got so many weeks. And then he says something elvish. For once, it's like, oh, and don't be too shocked, but we actually have a family member of Balzras here. Ruby, of course, just in comments, like, all right, Drogche, don't be that mean. Listen, it is the betrayer one that I was already messaging about. And trust me, she has, if anything, the best reason to be killing Balzras out of all of us.
I'll even pipe up. I'll be like, you could even say it's the what demon Bastille would, if it was manifested and all that, it would be wanting to do the same thing to his dad.
And she's like, well, Selwyn's like, okay, not a problem. Then, just kind of gives a glare over to Drogche. You know, he was having a bit, he was going to try to have a bit of fun. It's like got ruined, but whatever. So
Is that your
everyone,
dog snoring?
yeah, dog
Yeah, it's
snoring.
my dog snoring. I tried waking him up. It won't work. Giant!
Wow. No, don't disturb the dog. I just wanted to know
Yes.
what that noise was.
It was my puppo snoring. I'm sorry.
So, yeah, everyone finally gets in. Introductions are made. Of course, Sylvan's kind of like wide-eyed that they actually have who they have here. As
Eris
Ruby's,
can now breathe more easily that the bullet is in the stable.
for the moment, I mean, Andrate just looks to the rest of you. Well, you've been on an adventure and definitely gotten some help. And it looks like information galore. Hey, I told you on portals I don't like using scrolls. You'll hear from Ruby. Well, they make some sort of portal machine. I don't like using magic as much as you do. I will when I have time. But I've got something else I want to get done first. Oh, by the way, would you like one of the poison making kits? No. Even though I'm wondering if someone should. Though, I'm like this. I rather learn it the right way. And Ruby then looks through a book for a quick moment, and then takes both of the things, goes over to Bastille before me actually begins. Oh, here you go. I've gotten all the stuff down. Thank you for letting me see it.
No problem. I think that it's been implied that what we could do together if I'm not busy. Just feel free to ask. I'll help with whatever.
It's not being the only engineer. And I actually have someone that understands what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
2 people to understand, actually.
Yeah.
You're a chiefess. I'll be the primary one. You're the chiefess, so we'll see what you can do, sweetheart. Not to mention, I haven't heard your opinion about Darokar and what you're gonna do. So.
So, down to business. I'll go ahead and explain what I've been up to. Hopefully before long, even though it sounds like they're almost got everything ready on their end, Quintek and them should be coming back here in the next week or so to be able to get ready for this final battle. I put a time frame around 6 weeks. I figure in about 5 weeks' time to 5.5, we'll be moving to the other Kaataria. Sylvan has a ring for everyone here to put on, just for, shall we say, in case of something else happening. We don't want mind problems. He kind of pauses, see if anyone wants to say anything.
Oh, I'm already gonna receive that ring. I'm just looking at her.
Sylvan's already put them out on the counter for everyone, and there's enough for all NPCs even.
Yeah. Get a nicely cut one and all that. Smile at her. Say thanks. Quietly.
Yeah. Now then, I did some talking. We already have one group there doing their thing, helping Atreya White out. They do know that they need to be in Turok in about that time. I'm also going to have another 2 strike teams to help handle generals of Balsrouth. Somehow we got to get you into Balsrouth. As Grom, you're one of the keys here. You've got to be up against them.
I would hope so.
I did, as much as I don't care for gods and goddesses, as everyone here knows, I did receive word that we may have some extra muscle coming in through nature means. And if you want to know that goddess's name, I think some of you have had a lot of dealings with that one when someone else was here.
Well, at least she's still willing to help us.
Fully. As for other things, there's another demon lord in play here. His name is not just Derakar. There's another one by the name of Benturant Frost. As of right now, I've kind of made an alliance, an agreement with him. I know him too well. He's not going to break his word. Let's just say he's a little too lawful for his own good. Grom, I know what your commandment is.
It is to slay all demons.
Yes, I know.
So long as he doesn't show... My word is demonic intent.
Well, on his score, I can't guarantee that, but I made a promise. And he's already promised if he gets what he needs to become the Lord of all of the demons, he will be releasing the whole clan of yours from the demonics. giving them their minds back and all, and actually reversing everything that's happened. And if he keeps his word on that, I told him you wouldn't strike him that day. I'm not saying you can't go after him later, but it's not going to be that day.
So long as he keeps true to that word.
Oh, trust me, he doesn't keep to his word. I'll be right there next to you, helping you.
And I will too.
You'll hear Eris. He is one to keep his word. He has already has the backing of a Treo White. He has already done that part of his agreement. Good. Glad to hear that. And speaking of a Treo White, any possibility of keeping her and Black separated? You might as well throw out the window unless you want to get in between them.
No.
Oddly enough, I would like to see that death battle.
I don't know what's going to happen. And I say we need to be on our toes. Remember, they serve as a Grim Reaper. And if they stop their mind for one moment on something, we may not have anyone dying. Which, in a way, for us would be great, but not for the demons. Because they still have to technically have them die. Even though reaping the soul they have to do in person. So, I definitely suggest you be on your toes if those two meet.
If I had to hazard a guess, I would say we wouldn't have to worry too much about them not reaping demon souls at the very least.
I hope you're right. Though, one thing is, as a Trail White has in the past done this battle and lost.
Well, I guess this is her round 2 then.
Yeah. And trust me, the demons are infested on that Kaataria world. I mean, me and her was almost heated talk in a way, but we kept it civil. Let's just say the Drachi from that world and others weren't as good as what we are. And I know that for a fact. Thing is, we gotta somehow get you to the Magus Guild on that world, as that's where Balsrauf's set up at. Does anyone want to say anything on that score? I know G7 would, but he's going to be quiet at the moment.
Oh no, since I know he's gonna speak, sadly say I'm just gonna let him talk. I'll just say that I noticed G7's about ready to go. Sir, if I may. You get the... So I've been talking with him about stuff.
Johnny, if I may.
Yes.
As much as I would love to go there and fight him head on sooner, I feel we aren't at peak potential yet for fighting. I know my paladin skills have room to grow, as does everyone else here.
Well then, if you feel that way, and that's awesome, why don't you just train? There may be a few other things we might want to do. I don't see anything that pressing for us.
What about this other one, Durakar?
Currently, I do not know where he's at. Currently, I'm almost wondering if he's doing anything and everything just to distract. That's why I'm not wanting to send people after much more of his. Basically, he has nothing else that I know of right now that can cause any big problems. We got that last piece from him. But I'm like this, in 6 weeks, the battle's going to be happening. Now, we'll be planning, try and figure out everything. Y'all can be a part of the planning. You can be training. If you want to go after something, some sort of magical item, whatever, that is your choice, everyone. I'm not going to tell you what to do on this. You can go check and see if there's something you can go do with others. But, as I say, 5.5 weeks, we will be there making sure for the final preparations to go after them, as we are on timetable. Ruby kind of speaks up. I'm afraid he's right. We got to, or it's game over.
Jasper. As I look to him, I might as well tell him about what happened, during that little fortress thing with Darakar and Asmagon. Now she's trying to seem like playing both cards for the Demon Lords.
What?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
She is
I
power
can-
word killed on Jasper. I'm pissed.
I can confirm that she's with both parties. I watched it. I watched it happen. Both the spell and her going with one of Darakar's bigger demons.
Amethyst looks at Jasper. Well, if that's where you're going, somebody has to keep you alive.
Listen, Demon Darakar's wild cardness, I'm like this. Due to the fact we are going to have some help in this from a lot of different sources. And you'll see someone walking down the stairs. Someone that's familiar to y'all. Well, most of everyone here. Some people might not. you'll see Sarah again. Oh, hello, friends. I've been hanging out here trying to keep our communications open. What did I hear about Derek Carr? Do you think
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, if you want to do something, go ahead.
You're good. It's more productive if she says something.
He just looks at her. If you can get Celestials to see what Derek Carr is up to next and keep something locked down on that, please do so. I'll send the word immediately.
Can we send word to Salra as well? To have their crew keep watch.
Of course, we'll definitely send word to Salra as well. I'll get a letter written up here for that. But some crazed warlock or whatever that's going around causing this kind of mischief and it's playing two sides. Let's take them out of the picture then, if you want to.
Don't tempt me too much.
Plan.
But thing is, do we even know where she's at? So Vanka will speak up. I'll contact some people and we'll get her located pretty quickly.
I love rogues like you. They're such an inspiration.
No, definitely try to work on your sneaking more.
You'll just have to teach me, sweetheart. Make me become better. In your free time.
Well, it's hard to have a lot of free time. As she pulls
Agreed.
Helen closer.
And Helen's glaring at me still as well, like, stop this.
I'm ignoring your glare, and I'm just like, oh, I know. We have all of our priorities. I have a lot of mine as well.
All of a sudden, you start hearing two babies just ringing out, screaming. And this is like,
those are two other.
yeah, two babies, kind of like, cries of like wanting attention or whatever.
Master Sylvan, we're going to have a talk about some spells later. I'm going to go help somebody.
Knowing what spells would that be? So I know what to be getting ready.
Alright. Magical tumbleweed rolls by. I look at her and fire my. And I simply say this. She thinks Jasper's worthless. She killed him. I already know I can cast it once. Because of Sajar. Power word kill. My gaze doesn't falter. I don't blink.
It takes a lot of discipline, but I have no qualm as long as it's used correctly.
This journey has taught me a lot of things. And one thing is for certain. You don't mess with my family. And you don't treat them like worthless bugs.
Understand
then.
that.
I'm glad you do. I'll bow. Adult time!
Grom would also be going.
Well, it sounds like you're all wanting to go after this Asmagon. Be my guess. But also work on training, and as I said, you got a time limit. I'm gonna be mainly here now, planning. And this is when G7 finally pipes up.
Mr. Zavitzer, I actually have already started pre-input plans. I already have diagrams of the underground, and I'm thinking the men will be easier to think, since I do have a bullet out there.
This is where Drache just looks back. Yes, and do you not think Balzarad knows they have a bullet? But I see that we can definitely work together. He'll look back to the rest of you. As I say, try to find out some information, go after Asmagon, but remember, if you need to teleport somewhere, you know Sylvan can do it, probably. I just be careful in anything you do and be getting ready. Sylvan would be like, yes, and if so happens you already take her out, want to go after something, you hear this big flop as she lays a book down on top of the counter there. It's about 24 inches long, about 15, 16 inches wide. And we're talking about 5 inches thick book. And if you wish to go after any sort of legendary magical item, this book might help you in deciding what you might want to go after, if you don't already have something that's good enough. And it even has tales about certain items that I don't know what's happened to them. As you were going up the stairs, but still, you would kind of see that big book, and it's like, definitely going to be intriguing, because you're definitely going to put your nose in it.
Journal of De Pandora.
It's not that one.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, it's another ancient book about magical items, stories about them, where they possibly could be.
I'm like, I'll do it appropriately. But even if I have to beg, I'm gonna make sure I get it. Because the ends justify the means.
At that. So, I take it Tejeda's still down there in Amethyst.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll go look over to Drache. Why don't you go ahead and write that letter? I know who I can drop it off with to get to Saura. Helen, I've got an idea of checking a couple of things, and I'm taking someone with me for some training in those areas. All right. Yeah. Patrice is like, okay, no problem. He'll get a piece of parchment quick and just, in Thieves' Cant, he writes something down and all that. Takes a bit long, but he finally finishes it up, closes it up, seals it here. So Savanka and it's like, okay, Helen, let's go.
Yep.
So, you're planning on going after Asmagon. Get her out of the picture before the major battle. And you're on a time limit. Gonna be quite interesting. But we'll find out what else you're doing next week. As it is that time, everyone.
Time to pee.
Thank God.
I've been waiting.
So with that, everyone, thank you for coming. Hopefully, not as serious RP session, but definitely have a planned direction as to which way they want to go. So we'll find out how all that goes down. And we'll see who we raid here in just a moment. Thanks for coming. As I said, come November 30th, Monday night campaign, St. Jude will be starting up.